Alright, it's been a while. One day, right? But I wanted to do some gacha gaming stuff. We have a lot of stuff. First, it's the gold sheet banner. Oh, damn. Oh. Holy shit. Damn, she got all that. I think I still don't have the original McQueen. Oh my god, double Nigioed. Dober with a Doberman. Oh my god. I got the meta horse! Oh my god. I can run front runners now. Okay. I've all done the queens now. Mambo. Bye-bye. Dude, give me Christmas Ogre as well. That'd be awesome. Ah, would be the meta sheet. Damn. Come on. Oh, gotta. Dude, I'm getting trolled by Kolshi right now. Chio, no. I already have her. Dude, I might just go pity. Incredible! What the fuck? The queen, why? I want your grandson. Oh, I think Ina's Fujin is good too, if I remember correctly. I already have Brian. I haven't played with her though. I did! Oh, no, that was still a main story, Brian. Oh, no, 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 no! I hate tag games. Alright, now we have to get this card. Oh. Yes! That's one. Oh my god, Mr. CB. I don't have to borrow her anymore. I was like so mad that I didn't fucking roll for her, but holy shit. Oh no, I misclicked. Oh, just do singles, I guess. For this one. Oh, this also where is it? The paid one. There we go. Damn. Come on, please. Come on, come on, come on. Who the fuck? What's even this wrong? Is this even good, or... Let's see, it's a guts card. I don't think she gives anything. Yes! Another one. Okay. Come on. I need 2 more, right? Or 3 more? How many? I don't remember. Alright, we gotta try to get that last 2 copies. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, yes, please, 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 please. Mar. Oh, fuck. Nakayama Festa. Why Festa? No, luckily, like, Mr. CB, you just need her for the skill. So I think you're good with 1 copy. Oh god, Mar, please. One more, please. Oh, Bamboo Memory. Fuck. She gives a good card. Or skill. I don't know, it was Coke though. Mar, please, 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 please. Oh, fuck. Please. Oh my fucking god. Let's change line up. Well, there should be like a limit break crystal for me. see. What do you need? The wolf. I like that song. People play with her. Baby, down to whatever. What the fuck? I know I have more than this. Huh? Oh, I didn't click exchange. I was like... Alright, where's the mark? There she is. Oop, wrong one. Oh my god. I'm so happy I didn't have to dip. Then I can focus on Light Hello Tachyon banner that's coming out soon. That one I'll probably have to, but usually they have, what do you call it, anniversary bundles, so I'll just buy those. I feel so good skipping track blazer bullshit. I did get nice nature though. I'm not playing your game, track blazer. Damn, you serious? What the fuck? I got the whole McQueen setup. Alright, I gotta increase the potentials as well now. Whoa, what? I can't get this? Why? Kikuka show. Oh my god. Are you fucking me? I gotta go Kikuka show farming. Who even does this? Okay, where's Bourbon? There we go. What the fuck? She has escape artist? Okay, 2 ground. So she has concentration, front runner, levy, and you just need 1 green. That's it. Fuck off, bro. Over. Mambo. Let's see. Again, like, Fusion's pretty good. I'll play more. I think that's it for who I want to increase their potential. Alright, and then I want to do a quick URA finale run. So there's gonna be like a great grandparent kind of thing, I believe. Grab you. Filter. Power. Ooh. Head on. Oh, she has a Unicog angle. Alright, and then guess. Power. Holy shit, bro. Who's this UG freak? What the fuck? That has nothing. Alright, I don't like those. Groundwork. Oh. I want someone like Giga Skills. Fuck it, I'll just go for a front runner. Oh, Maru Zensky's always a good one. Maru. So. No, don't want pace. This is like a pace one. Dude, I got groundwork on her. Thinking. I like this one more. Oh no, Mario can't use this. That's so silly. What did I even use then? Let me make you a miler. I'll put you on here. Good card. Oh, pick that and grab the bourbon card. Wherever she is. Yeah, cause you want to do like a track blazer for the thing. The parent farming. Oh my god, 1400. Just in case. Here to challenge you. Oh my god. Sorry about that. Would you grant us a little of your time? After our aquarium outing the other day, Meek and I got talking about a lot of things. She said something that hit me hard. I want to win it with all of you, so I'll do everything I can to make that happen. So I think that's why she came up to you all fired up like that. Did I have that right, Meek? Yep. You guys are like role models to us, and you're rivals too. Our rivalry pushes us to grow. If we challenge each other, we'll get stronger, way stronger, I bet. So I'm making the first move. I'm here to challenge you. I'm on board with Meek, and I'll also give it my all. I think it'll be good for all of us to compare training results and stats and such. It's not too much trouble. Will you consider accepting your challenge? As I say, she says, I do believe it would be beneficial for Mars. Let's go do it. Thank you so much. Isn't that great, Meek? Thank you. I'll do my best. Oh, that was cute. When did she transition? Hell yeah. Oh, duel. Propose a challenge. Challenge? Yes, we talked over and I'm all for that idea as well. Our last joint training session proved fruitful for all of us, did it not? I think we continue finding ways to challenge each other, then it can only lead to more growth. Yeah, so please, if you would. Sounds good, let's do it. Do we have any particular to pick? Which one's good? Musume, which racing spirit are good? Alright, go with it. What? How? I had a circle, what the fuck? Speed. How is she losing? Why am I losing Happy Meat Duel? There we go, we won that one. Maybe we'll get Moxie. Just in case. How is she? There we go, finally won. When I right-handed.
ましょう。オッケーよ。いつでも頑張るわ。なんだか今あなオッケーよ。
Nice. What the fuck?
今日は任せて。さてやりましょう。
Alright, I can't do a happy meek anymore.
レースだもん。
注目の
最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。今日はちょっと注目の最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。どうせ取れ頑張るわ。
Damn it.
なんだか私はいつ張り切っていこう。あなたまだ上げていけるっしょ。なんだか疲れがね。なんだか疲れがね。気持ちは
ここは負け。
次も先頭で走るとこ見せるわね。なんだか力が溢れてる。
Holy shit. They must have buffed inspirations because I just got a shit ton of inspirations.
調子はどう？
注目の
最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。 りましょう。
Oh, we did it. Thank God. I think that's max now.
あなたの
注目。
最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。気持ちは絶
ここは負けない。
ちょこっと
No, let me clock that shit. Fuck.
調子 どうせトレーニングするなら立て続
Let
けの
me
レース
see what do we have.
たまには休むことだって大事よ。よーし、思いっきりかっ飛ばしちゃうわよ。まだ上げてけるさ。あなたの決めてくれるトレーニング調子頑張るわ。あオッケーよ。感心感心贈呈うむはっは単眼にゃさらば
Thank you.
調子頑張るわ。あオッケーよ。よーやりましょう。いつでも準備はバッチリ。調子一緒に頑張ろう。あなたの張り切っていこう。さて
Did we get groundwork? Nope. Is there anything I can use? Damn.
調子
I just gotta hope and pray.
注目の位置。
ちょこっと力が出しきれなかったかな。なんだか
ここは負けない。
最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。立て続けのレースもいい。
Oh no, wrong one. Fuck.
注目。
最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。
I need an energy ha.
なんだか疲れが抜け。
注目の位置。
かっこ悪いとこ見せちゃったな。
She can't run dirt, so it doesn't really matter.
まだ上げてけるっしょ。やる気も十分。
注目の一
最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。なんだ力が溢れて。
What's that max thing that went up?
なんだか疲れが抜けきれてなくて、あんまり元気に走れないかも。
Oh, the speed cap goes up. What the fuck? My spirit. Fast pace. I want to make her a miler though. Let's just do this for now.
なんだか疲れが抜けきれてなくて、どうせトレーニングする。調子はチョベリグよ。
She doesn't have stamina though.
張り切っていこう。あなたの
Oh, this one's race.
注目の一
What?
次は前を譲らないわ。
Oh my fucking god.
よー。どうせあなたやりましょう。やる気も
Gears, double the gas.
ここは最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。
Want the skill points.
よーし。注目の最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。じゃあやりましょうか。今なら共同ミッションを開始します。ちょっと張り切っていこう。アクション。じゃあやりましょうか。いつで張り切っていこう。どうせと
注目の一
最高だったわ。この次も楽しみましょう。 る気持ちここは負け最高だったわこの次も楽しみましょうなんだか注目最高だったわこの次も楽しみましょう立て続けのレースもいい
注目の一
最高だったわこの次も楽しみましょうなんだか疲れがいつでも準備は
注目の一
最高だったわこの次も楽しみましょう
This is pretty bad.
なんだか疲れが抜けやる気も注目の最高だったわこの次も楽しみましょうあなたの張り切っていこう気持ちは絶好注目の最高だったわこの次も楽しみましょう今オッケーよ調子はどうかってよし
This fight is our finale. Let's do our best.
必ず勝ちます
And all of the time we spent together, we owe it to our trainees to cheer them on with all our might. Are you nervous, trainer? Yes, a little. I've been striving to have Yususi and to show trainer that I have in me to exceed all expectations. I know we've grown stronger because of this. We've been able to overcome every loss and conquer every weakness. I know you can do this. Yeah, this time I'm ready. I've gotten so strong and
頑
fast.
張りましょう
Get out there, Meek. Show our strongest rival exactly what you're capable of. Final race of the URA finale is about to begin.
7番
Oh my god, the aura.
いつも以上に闘志がみなぎってやる気十分のようですね。開花した才能でパークを駆け抜けて圧倒的な強さを証明してほしいですね。
行くわよ
毎一流
Oh my god, fucking lock though.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは一度が熾烈になり
Oh, I realized I didn't get groundwork. That sucks.
17番この2人が競り合っているぞ期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気ハッピーミークマルゼンスキー快調に飛ばしていきます先頭集団を見ていきましょうさあ花に立ったのはマルゼンスキーこのままリードすることができるか2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは17番3番手に11番その外並んで18番この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています先頭がやや早いのか間延びした展開です
後方の馬娘が差し返せるのか気になる開きです。
1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます先頭は相変わらずマルゼンスキー先頭から大きく離されて2番手は11番それを見るように17番その後ろに18番1馬審査成田ブライアン 内を回ってメジロマックイーン、ダイワスカーレット並びかけてきた。内9番向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ14馬身。マルゼンスキーまだリードをキープしています。続いて11番17番3番手1馬身差18番、そして外目をつきましては成田ブライアン。1馬身離れてダイワスカーレット、少し離れてメジロマックイーン、少し後ろからエイシングフラッシュ。1馬身離れて9番ハッピーミーク、この位置につけています。残り 1000m を通過。1馬身離れて12番外目をついてウォッカ、少し後ろからグラスワンダー、その内並んで3番、それを見るように5番、少し離れて6番、後方2番手に2番8番、最後方からという体勢であります。意気揚々と先頭を行きます。マルゼンスキーどうでしょうこの展開。
エンジンの違い見せてあげるわ。これが私のフルスロットルよ。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが、
第4コーナーカーブ、
勝負どころ。
Oh, get away from me, Brian.
まだ差が、ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。400を切りました。最後のコーナー、最初に立ち上がったのはマルゼンスキー。マルゼンスキー速い速い、もはや独走状態。200を通過。追いすがるハッピーミーク。マルゼンスキー足色は衰えない。ハッピーミーク食い下がる。
Oh my god.
マルゼンスキー URA ファイナルズ決勝を制しました。今ここに優秀たちの頂点が誕生です。2着はハッピーミーク、3着はエイシングラッシュ。
最高だったわ。この次の楽しみ。
Grandma so got it. You truly are as great as they come. I can't help but stand in awe. Aww. Understand your frustration, Meek. I really do. But trainer, you and your trainee, you both really inspired us. I'll shine just as bright someday. You'll see. Right, trainer, my role model, my rival. Congratulations on your win. We learned so much from them, didn't we, Meek? Trainer really is something else. Yeah, my rival racer was just as cool. True, but don't forget how incredible you were out there. Watching how your running has improved. I really come to believe that the sky's the limit. Picked up some new strategies for us, so I'll be sure to run them by trainer later to refine them. Thank you, trainer. I'll try even harder. Yeah. Actually, thank you, Meek. Let's keep aiming for even greater heights together. Past my limits. Alright, let's grab that. Spirit mode, past my limits, identical. Slipstream, speeder. I wanted to make a miler. Moxie just in case. These might come up though. It's a front runner, so this looks good. Maybe I don't need Moxie. That one's like expensive. Holy moly, I did it. Oh my goodness. Okay, what does reroll sparks do? What does reroll sparks do? Oh, thank God. So, if I reroll, I can choose between the two. like this one, that's for sure. Raising spirit power with Yuri finale. Great mood, eyes on goal, Yuri finale. This has left-handed, corner to focus, so this gives me the greens. This early leaves the green as well. This is Power Mile, so I like this more. Well, that was fun, going back to URA. Oh, that was an hour.
いやー、達成。確認を忘れずにな。イベントミッション元暮らしですね。釣りは精神力。
Oh, thanks for
馬娘メーカーのレ
watching
どんなレ
this.
ースでも一着になっちゃうよ。
We'll move to Limbus Company. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... Okay. No, he's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but... It's just hard to focus on one conversation when trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rhodia's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we had entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of our route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Isang, and Merceau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stocks scraped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I acquired. To reiterate, there are no reissues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. She's getting bullied. I mean, that's good, that's all there is to it, but... This wasn't the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to quick questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be, you can't access the Jessel shot? May I ask your basis for that inference? You're acting a lot like you did back in the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right, you really are cut off in the Jessel Shaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Jessel Shaft, it may as well be that she can. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designed as Sora and Ren currently remain only view, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omission in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? Ironic, because he has amnesia. I guess that means there's more memories to store. That's right, despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of return. Oh my god, I was just talking about that. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus theme thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone will provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasures await at the end of the road, at the end of hell, and that treasure will give me back my memories in my head also. Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, just desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. You're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect? What it means or why I wanted it so much? If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay no mind, you're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat without my direct supervision, and Rhodio's team is shopping and not engaging in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every center's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in a substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking fast, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rhodia, wait, did she just stuff all of those pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How she managed that with a huge baguette? And Otis's group, let's see, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, then the guy over there must be... Hang on. Boss? There's a dude I've seen before, but... Seems a bit different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. It's an incident of serious nature. Perhaps request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. It's going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Ah! Why are you waving your hand over arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arms sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it! So scatter! It's that John Mulaney clip. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it, even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance, yet when thou suddenly waves thy arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in the mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. You think that of all the persons on the team, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal? I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all you have been deployed under my lead, you're also ignorant when it comes to the non-verbal signals? I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instructions. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending. Sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't Joe worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great, can you check on the distorted peeps' face and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. It makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting of a big poppin' flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. That's how I type okie dokie. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once you're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, Mr. Bamboo Hatted Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise. Oh, Miss Ongdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That... You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived. It's blinding. Fucking aura farming? It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight, because unlike this, there's more to the sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. Mentor, Lady Moses instructed me that at every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you say mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I've apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you, I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, switch, where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. Click. He wasn't even in there. Oral loss. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you folks. How many like fucking chapters is this? Clear 9.526. So I guess we're close to it. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo-Hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fat and blamed himself for his part of this with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, happened while he was distorted and sunk into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yup, we double checked with Ezra and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that fire in your head is not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Okay, can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen and serious man whom he fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Dude, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior mentor. But they don't look like they heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment, the ticking. I also told them that you're a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Angdu, yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks, in any case. Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, Oh, tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. As the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly, there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard bodies of work. Get what I mean? I totally get it, but I have to do with that bullshit. The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? Why is she so shocked? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job with a frown too, I might add. Only when he got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Ong who's apparently been promoting me as folks. I very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps pulling my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place? You'd rather be unemployed. No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortion and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. The other day they were again on about what's his name, Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Dude, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that too so dazzling that I squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. You mean to say that you're in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses from my mentor? Only it was not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there, that's why I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing it says and turn into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. Gotta save up everything you can to piggy bank while you can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No, wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and a maze of stalls to locate the very best items. I must beg this for favor of you. You're giving me a frickin' headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no stranger to such dealings. There's no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You're the gentle lady mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. My apologies for interrupting you amid the conversation. Pray continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Ongdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to repay. At least you understand that we're indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered, "Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms." Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seemed to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. Man, I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host and one of the LCD's team had prepared themselves in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness. What to machine articulation. 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster about that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he wanted to say next, catching his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face, but... Sorry, it just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. Appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory from you. For that, I apologize. That's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking that sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life. Walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please. Girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted talking on this new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? What the fuck? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? Basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio. Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably this thing definitely looks like a camera at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hand, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. Marcel's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be wrong. Carefully rotate the ridge section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed sections. Damages of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, it went back in. In a quiet nod, Marcel took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4? It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Marcel's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on a film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They are often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where shall we begin? In the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other center teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante's asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point about the team leader or around's gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box and half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polysemy referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion is hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though, I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens the door into their phantoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of Atoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we were standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Fairly, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, people try brute force approaches to it first. When things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been bingo. Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all shipped into a commission all kinds of agencies like the ZVI and the combat specialized fixers offices. But none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us, meaning distortion phenomena related to this kind of photograph still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression, neat ash gray suits, and a logo on the collar of their uniform briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? When I think of it, wasn't Merceau? I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he didn't mention that he used to work at Encore. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Marcel? Yes, manager. These are Encore Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they're likely members of the pin train team of Service Duclaw. Marcel recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed it back in the shelf of in his mind. Okay, Pinfrin team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of Encore's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties included the handling of Encore's internal information, analysis of Encore's internal intelligence, the sorting and arrangement of Encore's internal information inter-sector. That'd be enough. Oh, is he talking? Is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from Encore's print and frame team. I've seen them a few times before in Encore's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with the nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I'll not present a determinative answer to that question. As the staring falls into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answer from me, you know? Because aside from the combat situations, I still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Marcel, maybe this would be easier to answer from an objective point of view. That was when I noticed something I never imagined would happen. Marcel's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force I could almost feel a faint tremor in it. A loving stare that came with, there is no such thing as an objective point of view, manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on a rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Marcel's reaction caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. This has something to do with his turn, which I know was just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad as usual. Yes, manager. I presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of Encore's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in Backstreet's collaborating with Encore's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontractor fixer offices or employees of the department charge. I say these guys here are Encore staff. Miss Ongdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, but yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Huh, this might be it. It's an order missive. Let's pull the sheet of paper out from the Encore staff coat and read its content aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of Category 3 taboo violation. Address Butter Street. This is the place, which means all this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in this studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when the whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this way. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, half the hour arrived for my debut as Detective Forsooth. Don Quixote must have been missed for not getting to play detective back in T-Court. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rodia, Ryoshi, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurous stuff cost him away. Okay, then, we should get moving too. Well, we're the distortion detective. That was a hell of a lot of reading. What the fuck? So let's see, I have 60%, 100%, that's 120.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
It's been a long while rifling through the studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings, nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as proper clue. Executive Manager, I confirm that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I'll find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in the film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Angdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung a sword does not retrace his arc on the, so it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Angdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware you have told me as such since long ago. Whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past, mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Ow, my belly! I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. The spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me, that placed me at, the one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed, and I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Undo suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Angdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Angdu said he had? Young Angdu, what's the matter, I would ask thee? Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt the way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet, I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor of his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true selves yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Anga gave her prosthetic arms a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not going so well. The same happened last time when I saw the Encore employees. I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yet there was this same pop, and with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh, it didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing again doesn't exactly warm the heart. Would you say, Angdu? Though escort may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so rigid in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to escort? No, Dante. Though generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what it is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the death of the Phantoms. Phantoms made entirely out of distortion. They're completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. The executive manager, this is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Whereas we're pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in bloodstained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Ongu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-headed dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chinokins of escort twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for sure. Executive manager, wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle.
하지만 그래봤자 거다.
Yoshi, where are you?
거긴 킬존이다. 하나.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고. 방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
귀와 요격, 삼수, 정민화.
좋아. 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이젠 관을 내볼 차례겠지. 와, 이거 잘 활용하면
물에 배.
우리한테 유리하게 될 수도 있겠는데?
그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
대성공이야. 칼은 신나. 노래 부를까?
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
거긴
샴페인을
킬존이다.
가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두 희생을 기리며 축제를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
이제 싱수에선 벗어났나? 준비한 기믹은 이게 다인가?
대전.敵は深手を負っています。
발검, 차단. 자, 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 야.
셋째.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
컴 주먹 모드.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 효율적인 대처로 개치를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
감로 확보. 아비 교환.
좋아, 영영 깨어나시지 못하게 잘 재워드렸지? 편안해 보이는 얼굴이네.
귀와 요격 몰아 떨굴 수밖에. 귀와
엄마는
요격.
무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
겨냥 삼수.
그중
상점!
제일 뛰어난 게 검이야.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
이
평소에
오롯한
그러면 얼마나
검의 길에
좋습니까?
한 걸음 더 가까이.
야호. 이기는 편,
차단.
우리 편.
몰아 떨굴 수밖에.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
That should be all of them. Serving the area with measured alert, Angdu cast the blood from her sword of a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to his sheath. Huh, they're not charging back? They're not changing back? Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reversed them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while the time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Angdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began to searching the space. Prithee, Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortions get fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortions already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably? They don't usually get this big, but this one's here covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered this space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress our cure distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. Recall, Ezra directed our attention to rows of clad people all around, all of them clad in dopa robes. And these are... The glyph emblazoned upon their headbands, Chu, bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chinokins, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I'm unsurprised that you know them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once interminated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their station in escort after all. So it's no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening escorts' coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed. I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be oppressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboos summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to therefore frame the capture with invented transgressions? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being, keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. My mentor too is one of the victims of that cursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Isong? Or me, perhaps, or none of us. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chuunokins generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and Chuunokins have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chuunokins suggests a possible correspondence to Isong's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Core's time collectors weakened that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo Hadakim or Ongdu's memories. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into the thought as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Well, ask and you shall receive. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only Team Leader was here, practice would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. This is why I kept asking you whether we've seen anything bursting with a pop. The Encore employees must have it rough, too, getting dragged into a distortion like this. I mean, what else were you supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually. Let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chuunokins. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What, Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo Hadakim is right now.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서
I just remember.
근무 준비 시간이라 지금 찾아와도 해줄 수.
Let me see. Company. I should be putting this one here. With a Ryoshu meta. See, so this chapter 6, 7. So I need. Eight. There is one for 8. Now I'll put. Let's see. Is there like a bleeding one? Alright, I'll get that one. 8. I was wrong, Honglu. Alright, let's see. The 9's Ryoshu. which everyone should have.
근무 준비 시간이라.
I'm so sad. This is like not enough. Nothing of use. Oh, I guess I gotta wait for Walpurgis, I guess. I really wanted to get her though. She was like the last one I was
근무
missing.
준비 시간이라. 자유로워질 수 없.
대상 확인했어.
전투의 예법대로
어디 보자. 거미집 특별 조항에 따르면
부름이라면
출정이군요.
화점에 두. 저를 부르셨다는 건 부름이라면 기쁘게 나서죠. 화점에 두. 저를 부르셨다는 건
복지팀에
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these kids? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things are going so well. We could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place early, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards looked like they were nicking stuff this as our contact area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons in their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh my goodness. My hair coupon? Oh, how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? Not at all. I was wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of very fine makgeolli to go with it. Rice wine. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever? Who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance, huh? You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow, he took out all those dopa-wearing people with just a single strike. I say, that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and merm tails never linger on the stage for long after all. Where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it.
적들이 뭔가 기분이 좋아 보이는 것 같아. 카론 기분 나빠.
다 법을 이제야 좀 이해했군. 옳다. 실수일지 의도일지 저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
What the fuck?
역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
They distorted.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
Sorry, I don't understand. I think that's Thai, right? Or I don't.
목숨을 거두려 했다면
I cannot read that.
써야지.
적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
역할대로.
And they're back to being distorted.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는 만큼 멀고 또 멀구나.
戦いであれば
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Nice.
구, 언, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 있군. 그럼 오늘 림컴버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인 융수염 과자로 결정하지.
Let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, and did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that more often than not, Mentor's action have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on, would he come to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that on our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope, when the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. The team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady, answer that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because LCD was lax in supervising its personnel? Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. It would have been delayed for another hour or two. He hadn't stepped in apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. So he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in a bed like a good patient in a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I got it all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. He was scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead could have reached him out from that far and sent him to back us up. There's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, it could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said, I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. He do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on deck and fall overboard. Yeah, boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Has all across, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming and had them surrounded instead. Not a single of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard. Boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like Barstool bragging to me. You sure that was just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Mackie pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Would have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition, more importantly, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask that you grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I've noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue passing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Merceau's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Merceau, where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner. Is he watching something? I'm developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh, didn't think you know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film development manager. I'm carrying out the instruction. I see. A photo studio first and now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but would it not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of distortion rests upon a photographer? The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. Then the images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh? Where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the location in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in Encore's district, buildings mostly. Hey wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Marcel chimed in, holding an oddly cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then, with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher, how could a person of such decently lucrative profession fall into this distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct, film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from that photo studio. Huh, yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspaper. All messy like. If you reconsider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh, this probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Marcel came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylindrical the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until the development is complete. Are we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I judge it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? Battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Encore's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Honglu, and Senator Gregor have battled Encore's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Merceau is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. This process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. Battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Merceau, you should have warned us way earlier! Understood, Manager. I'll follow that instruction going forward. Thanks, dude.
시연은 어떠셨나요? 소생은 나름의 소득을 얻었다고 생각합니다만 이들의 수급을 들고 돌아가 주인님을 뵌다면
After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid this sprawl of Escor's backstreets distorted with the flash, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead, and at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clip to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumju at first and gave it a little attention. Warding rope. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus within the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have been changed into the images of various sites of Escort, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the lines was perhaps too high for me to reach, Marcel stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, the distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keep switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Marceau, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer and turned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once developed. It is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photographs so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The photographs and the all look different from one another. What the fuck? What am I looking at here, dog? If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's a city, alright. Ordinary folks, you see it anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Foss if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Marcel must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experience are held exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sisyph. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyph what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyph. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. That popular, huh? The unprocessed-based content of canned experience, known as experience matter, is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for hot culture canned experience is increasing by day, so that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for the desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly express my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority of distortions, but I know they manifest through desires on emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ungdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next stop should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. The team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Youngdu, could you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on while answering Ezra's question. DWRC? Oh, God. Oh, this clockhead. Done with recon clockhead? Oh, do we regroup clock? Okay. I think she said do we regroup clock. That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Rose Yoshi, right? Can you put her on? Okay. What are you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on the floor. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread has, bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This gabber is rattling again for no reason. Anyway, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? I just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? Took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Merceau had brought me. Where's the bakery you're at? Dude, I thought it was only all of 26. What the fuck? This is like so fucking long though. So much reading. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those coworkers, I assume they're wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too, I guess. It's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead executive manager. A few inquiries at a cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of those people in the photographs that weren't infected with distortion, right? She'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the affidavit evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Would it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. Baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed that point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these can experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in a docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes the work strip to the nest every now and then, so I asked him to give me a document of this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I don't ever get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on that Baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Merceau, are these can experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in can experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess my own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced can experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. Piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stage of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to the genuine experience, meaning the user's experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memory is altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined toward a little grandeur. It's because the memories provided with canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. Possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is in reality impossible. Are thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world, for the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. They become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Rarely doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know, but they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came in bargaining and all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Our case was on point, actually. If our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that then? You even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. So I raided some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait! You cross me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Frickin' waste of bread. Gah! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Marcel approached me as we walked down the street with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in the canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversible film, the images should be visible as they are photographed. I had no idea what a reversible film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh? That's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person every shot? And that same pose in all of them? Huh, you're right. Oh, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. Draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up, and then you flip the pages fast enough the drawing stop looking like separate images, the still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watched are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Oh my god. That's crazy, dog. They made a video.
볼 것도 없이 처형이군.
Oh crap. As soon as I registered Marcel's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken taboo. My mind began to race rapidly, traveling back through our journeys, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinner, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Foss, what happened to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. You're not dying, we'll be fine. And Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem. The film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay. There's a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I developed the contents of that film in the dark room. Oh! The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sticking their fixers on our butts right away, and that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low in fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate the taboo. Now let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Marcel, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp. Yes? Cooperate. This film will be considered a violation of taboo. Let's pick up the film from the ground and showed it to Marcel. That cannot be determined. unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Musume to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you get over here, you must analyze these frames. The film caster was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. Experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. Sinners all gathered around Otis and looked up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here? The expression risen on this subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe there's just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from the strain to maintain it. Oh, that's the case. Maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo had a Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the wall sill. See how noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film world deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film world does not violate the next taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violations of Wing's taboo. Whew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test Encourt's patience, it's hard to believe that he stopped here. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your 9 to 5 in hell to try to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. You're so real, Ishmael. American girl who understands that this job fucking sucks. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo Head again, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have been started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera, and another with the next. Until eventually, he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the backstreets to see. What? Wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwillingly came across the projection? Right on. It would have made those folks violators of taboo. But why would anyone? So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshop if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not taboo of Encore to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind... Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector, isn't it? Backstreet blokes are down for anything long as there's coins. Huh, so how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garbage or pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They all are carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? We can play this like a festival or a convention. Just tell people who look like they're involved what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about. I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect please advise for... They also radio each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at, Perhaps you can answer this series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Holy shit, that's hell of a fucking reading, dog.
敵に変化が見られます
이 순간이 다들 되어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 것.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
이제 갖고 놀기 질렸다. 그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈
아름다운 것.
감고도 해.
그렇지 않은 것.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
이연. 하나.
느껴졌어?
그대는
내가
어디까지
너희를
가고
위해서
있을지.
주문을 외웠는데. 응, 잘 걸린 것 같아. 자, 지금 싸워보는 거야.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
내 피가 배고파했어.
그대는 어디까지
됐다.
가고 있을지.
지?
소리.
당신과 한없이 닮은 극도한 속도로
옳다.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
시연합니다.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어.
검주망 모드!
敵は深手を負っています。
그려낸 대로.
그 슬픈 눈빛. 법조구려.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
귀와 요격. 놀아 떨굴 수밖에.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
이 궤적을
기계는
보고
입에 발린 말
떠올리시게.
따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
가속 펀치!
야호, 이기는 편, 우리
그대는
편.
어디까지 가고 있을지.
어때? 사람을 단축하고 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
자세에 틀림은 없군.
내 여기 심장이 무어몽 중.
고, 언, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 있군. 그럼 오늘 림컴버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인 융수염 과자로 결정하지.
어때 딸? 엄마밖에 없지? 뛰어가겠네.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지
거긴
말고
킬존이다!
숨어 있어야 해.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
야, 자!
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
옳다.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했군. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지우 숨이 닿도록 베어내.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
하나, 둘, 박살! 방금 멋졌어! 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
Oh my god, dude.
다른 신나 노래
역할대로
부를까?
이연
원망도 옅어지나.
敵は深手を負っています。
발걸. 차단.
대전!
이리 와라.
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다.
차단.
만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도 모르겠네요.
하나
분량 5배!
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 게 무릎이들. 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까? 배웠을수록
둘.
What the fuck?
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해. 어쩌면 나 제법
이
천재였던 게
궤적을
아닐까?
보고 떠올리시.
당연한 말씀을. 아가씨의 영특함은 파우스트와 이상 그 두자와 비슷한 수준이라
그건 좀 아닌 것 같아. 왜?
셔터레.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
야.
Oh my god, this dude's like not
한
freaking
번에
dying.
우위를
What the fuck?
점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번
이
대련도
궤적을
무난히
보고
승리하실 수 있을
떠올리시게.
겁니다, 아가씨. 완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
시연은 어떠셨나요? 소생은 나름의 소득을 얻었다고 생각합니다만 이들의 수급을 들고 돌아가 주인님을 뵌다면 어쩌면 이번에야말로 지혜성의 이름을 입에 올리실지도 모르겠군요.
뛰어가겠네.
Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Phew, well, at least you're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service Duclos is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us. Well, with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they stopping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos included in the report for their higher ups I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they follow the lead, they end up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Marceau stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim, Marceau, I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness as was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's anything you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I'll do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was a specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It appeared to me that he was trying to hide anything in choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses, that's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for an answer was going to get me anywhere, so with a curt, sure, if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did, a few words lingered at the top of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Merceau AI. Oh, jeez. Had I asked him again, then I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Marceau's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well, manager. Well, yeah? Another battle's imminent. As you previously instructed, I informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss clock! Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do the fighting? They're pouring out of the building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive manager, let's neutralize those foes and head up there. Okay, gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. Battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Marceau had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, the blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Encore have so many guys in their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The Encore fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to fuzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion! Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chuhanukan's face in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing of past its prime. Man! Shield your eyes! The moment began to emit a faint ray of light. Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Ah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, executive manager. Even a brief look at it can constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, it's starting to getting a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong? Everyone got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of recorded video in Encore gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellow. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. The video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could also be excused as an incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, and Encore employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter among themselves. Is that thing talking to us? Finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message delivered via white words on a black background. So you tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming a fake experience without even care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You're under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recording. Should you comply, we will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering illusions, grants not even a brutal of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fell on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the Encore's employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has the answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Encore employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I'm no different from this abomination. This wields that contraption. I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's hearts is? That's got to be legal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning customer into a thug on a protection racket run. mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver, conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest courtesy of you. All you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Merceau's eyebrows twitch, a battle's imminent manager. This is a natural response to sensing imminent battle, perhaps. Blinding flash followed by an explosive bang, my vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back, and when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of escort, followed by a bamboo hadakim surrounded by a small army of Chuanokan. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Angdu. It's about time we both grew accustomed to such sights. Mentor, still, do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening. But first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and so that was his mechanism. Boss? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Foss what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I gave you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed, did it? Unlike the early instance, one distortion is different from the others. As Marceau identified, there was something different about the group of Chuanokan this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Hondo of the solid circle. To reunite it in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner in Imgong. Oh, how dare you, fair friend? The signal arrows loosing seized that accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle, and with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chuanokan began to swarm us. Fuck. He's so hard.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지. 하나.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
검로 확보. 이연.
네, 뭐 발굽 차단은 내려라 머저리들 이라는 뜻이다. 응? 왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 흐드러지게. 내가 그 로싱 이희돈행처럼 온순해졌을 거라 기대했나? 귀와 요격! 겨냥 삼수! 상전!
좋아. 녀석들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네. 네 상대는 나야.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이
이야.
저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면
나부터
승리도
준비해야 할걸?
시간문제겠지?
무아뭉중.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
발광.
왜 엄마가
차단.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더
이
대단한
순간이
기술을
닿도록
매번 엄마에게
베어내리라.
가르쳐줬거든.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어냈군.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을
소리와
갖추고
호흡을
있다고
멈추고
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나
우와,
옳은
지금
말만
완전
한답니다.
삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
거긴 킬존이다! 몰아떨굴 수밖에. 자!
네.
내 피가 배고파했어.
시연합니다.
잘 됐다.
당신과 한없이
그치?
닮은 극도할 속도로.
주인님이 도착하기 전까지
Come
끝내보자.
on, dude. What the
그럼
fuck?
불도 지피고
시원합니다.
음식도 준비하고
이 순간이
맞이할
닿도록
준비를 해야 하니까.
베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어냈군.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
분량 5배!
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것. 숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을
그대는
선택한 건
어디까지 가고
좋았던 것 같네.
여섯째.
펼칠 것도 없겠군. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 몰아치는 것은 저자는 뭡니다. 제 행위 그렇다면 무산.
아비 교환.
메이저. 아니야. 마이너 아르카나 정도겠지? 조심해. 마이너라고 해도 생각보다 강할 수 있으니까. 내가 응원해줄게.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정민화!
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이 됐어.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
이제 갖고 놀기 틀렸다.
피리리 빵!
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
여덟. 앞으로 하나.
히 클버 신 어에이어. 짜증나는 시선이 늘었군. 앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다보면 그땐 예외 없이
그대는
모두
어디까지
분다.
각오했을지.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
아홉째. 완료.
이제 갖고 놀기 틀렸다. 하하하, 재밌군.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
지리멸렬.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억할지.
Did Israel died? Oh my fucking god, how?
サンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
いや、
자자, 대열 정비하고 식기들은 윤이 날 정도로 잘 갈렸는지
시원합니다.
다시 확인하고 복장은 구김 없는지 체크하고 이제 대청소를 시작해볼까?
이걸로 1대1 할레르모 해체 공식 세치오나투라 디체르버 시연 해체 끝.
이해하군.
같은 수는 안 통할 거다.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
I shall set my form alright. Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. Making our lives a whole lot easier, we could get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Ongdu were here to help us out, but shit, haven't they had enough about time to give up in it? Why don't you go legging it again? That big sword-carrying fellow sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Imgyo, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, undo, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but seeing that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Boss, Otis, help me out here! I decided to stop racking my brain to navigate a situation I know solo about. Instead, rely on the sinners and possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Ingyong or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too, but maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomena at the very least. Foss recommends entering the Dungeon of the Phantoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Phantoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LSP regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently, it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes takes us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to his dungeon and of the Phantoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keys to this distortion then? One guy provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may perhaps experience maybe one of them. Isang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of session of experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused its distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his exception. Can experience? Most likely, thinks Voss. Alright then, photograph, can experience, not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they may use to make can't experience? So that's what the strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion caused that rippling effect, but it was clearly not enough to force to open the Dungeon of Phantoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused them to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where did scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, All kinds of mundanities come to pass possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest to it. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path toward Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune in reality. I sought out his apartment, found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form undistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past, though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that could only fathom distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's phantoms. Well then, we will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's phantoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect our focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the senators were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepared to enter the Dungeon of Phantoms, but Homewood, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding out to Encore employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo-Hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm is not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have a little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that let me believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... What the fuck? Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Swordsinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering Dungeon of Phantoms will bring one to the spiritual phantoms the distortion is gazing into. What lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. Decide then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shit about, mate. Got us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn that hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there even as summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Our SGK scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating, go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework? Save the GPA? Oh my god. What was it? Face the ego, save the sinner. Face the sin, save the ego. It's the Limbus Company catchphrase. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Or was it the Lobotomy Corp? I don't remember. One of those. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You'll make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out along with you guys. This was basically a monster of the week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I want to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSER team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. Besides, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over it, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Ongdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry.
정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야. 근데 내일도 지금처럼 조용하려나?
Damn, I don't even know how to get this. Okay, double check though. Did we beat this? Oh, thank God, just clear the stage. Oh my goodness, so long. That's how everyone's been living. That my life, my photographs too. So this is Escort too, right? It is my reminiscent of my homeland. But the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was that when we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon to Escort Street, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an Escort-themed haunted mansion. This is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth. Really? I think it has a cool vibe. If I hide my foot, I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. The distortion reveals the phantoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said. Perhaps this is how Escort is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. Thatch roofed house. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirror world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There's a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Gyung-ok. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. This spell of some sort befallen the day. To have such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive, the work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but military commissioner Gyeong-up, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with epithets so grand as the principled. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you of a praise, where you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, I am out of line, as they say. You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personality if they have a taste for prickliness. You got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. Still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy gotcha digging pun riddle. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than responded by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though, I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, Bamboo Rain Hat, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart did he find in the path of a sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? Oh, those superlatives, yet the reality is that I merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just a word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo Hat Kim, thank you. Haha. Does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you into 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness now that I ever do. You sure have a way of words, a way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet, are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, speak of the gang Sukjun, rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passerby. Fine indeed, that is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People Puyo and Saul, bone and flesh, Salsu, in particular, found it to be distasteful and did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P blood and the downtrodden lies of P. The downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pyo, Saul, whatever it is that thou start describing. It's a well-known truth that the S-Corp is known by its other name, Saul Pipio, Agro-Industries, a wing specializing in general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. Vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry, Sal, Pi, and Pyo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Pyo, responsible for meat and livestock, and Pi, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed to balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councilor and monopolizes rights that the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councilor, toadies to Sol and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguish cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude into that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them to be both to yield? an oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Escort. Ho ho ho. The people whom have targeted with dire rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking to royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just hardly expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. I don't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when will you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Huh. She's a funny one, Mentor. Then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escort? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state counselor who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of Escort. Hongdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It's news to me that you had ties to the second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state counselor, who's a first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escort. Yes. Your science over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as the reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for Escort had veiled no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, but both savory and unsavory, all shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. We emerged in a dark and muggy cavern, filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with the harsh noise of a sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Clashing swords. How many people are fighting up there? Must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. The sinners all looked disconcerted at the strident noise of metal against metal. It was an unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence. The sound of war only grew louder and louder until it came to a sudden silent stop. But also made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of the hilt.
마침내.
다시는変化が見られます
거긴 킬존이다.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
마음 둘 안. 아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다.
Oh, someone's dead.
지금 내 그려낸 잘해줬지. 뜨거울 거다. 조금 많이. 내 검은
There goes Otis.
낫도 반드시 숨이 닿도록 베어내. 안들을 움직이는
두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
이런 것쯤이야. 눈 감고도 해.
이 궤적을 보고 떠올리시게.
귀와 요격. 함수. 함수가 이어졌다면
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이
적에게 치명상을 입혔다면
저 어둡고 악한
관리자님은
아르카나들을
당신이
뒤흔들었어.
생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고
승리도
있다고
시간
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
이제
저는 언제나
신수에선 벗어났나?
옳은 말만 한답니다.
둘, 셋째.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까.
Flash fail. Oh, he's gonna crit your ass.
여기 심장이,
우리도 그래서
여기 심장이. 잠깐 저릿해.
재현할 뿐.
敵は深手を追っています
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
함수가 이어졌다면 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
모아몽 중.
완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 수업 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escort, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination akin to a public employment policy in Escort and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problem began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide, but there must have been a misunderstanding or something. Because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? Let me ask my group if they could help. Holy shit. Ishmael opened their mouth to begin, stopped, and turned around to where Bamboo-headed Kim and Ongdu were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better. Come on. Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh and walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you passed the exam. But why would? It's for a good reason. Just do as I say and you'll thank me one day. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding that giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistance took a precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramic vessel. Might this be a water dropper for a brush calligraphy? Though you may have no practical need of this, for I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink and inkstone. I impart this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Though it would have made for a rather soft-moving moment had it not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave. The youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Ongdu later asked Kim what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips. Bake jaw water dropper.
선배분들이 잘 가르쳐 주신 덕이죠.
애고 침식도 양호. 아마도
너무 약 올리신 것 같은데요.
그대는 어디까지 가고
기세가
있을지.
확연히 달라졌어요.
6천.
좋아, 알맞게 먼지 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이젠 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
대성공이야. 칼은 신나. 노래 부를까?
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
단수가 이어졌다면 아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
시원합니다.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
자꾸자꾸라. 적들이 저녁만 한냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 천적씨 근사하게 먹여줄까?
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히 승리하실 수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
느껴졌어? 내가 너희를 위해서 주문을 외웠는데. 응, 잘 걸린 것
그대는
같아.
어디까지 가고 있을지.
지금 싸워보는 거야.
넓을 수밖에.
운명의 기운이 증명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의
배웠어.
사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저
아비규환.
어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
그려낸 대로.
훌륭한 제압 성과를 낸 직원이 있군요.
네.
효율적인 결과를 위해서 이쯤에서
떨굴 수밖에.
관리자님
이제야 실력을
칭찬의
좀
말을
내시네요.
건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요.
그래도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
물론 진심까지 담길 필요는 없습니다.
역할대로.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
악당 퇴치
관리자님은
성공!
당신이 생각하는
오늘도
것보다
정말
대단한
멋진
능력을
활약이었어.
갖추고 있다고
내일도
제가 늘
또
말씀드렸죠.
불러주기야?
저는 언제나
세상이
옳은 말만
평화로워지는 건
한답니다.
기쁜 거야. 근데 내일도 지금처럼 조용하려나?
I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Bambadikim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales, who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? At least put on a little effort into your lives, huh? Clearly pretending to be prison guards the way we are was the lie too easily disproven. We took our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Damn, I fucked that up.
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
No, it can't be. My life is the experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas, Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secret revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gate and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Ongdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies laid about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the counselor's note? Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. Looking at what remains of them. Though I had a moment to glimpse it, I could clearly remember what the escort logo I saw in Kim's Phantoms looked like. The hats these corpses are or were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo Hat Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Rice State's counselor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth and escort where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councillor, with the chief state councillor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H Court each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore more masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recalled thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been foolish. I have failed you, councillor. There are simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I had heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I failed you. I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, councillor, what I can do is plan to seize the terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived his betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the council at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right councillor. I see that you have been hard at work. Accursed parasite, I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the honorable right state councillor who toils day and night in the service of the royal court? I know the assassins are sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an impression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state councillor arrived at the right royal court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state councillor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? The tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect noble councillor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. Now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor? Might you be looking for the right state councillor here, alive and well? My lord. The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state councillor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungum Cloud Blade, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing my plan, but you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I'm sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though, escort is indeed upon turbid water, It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Counselor's life, the butcher's man has already watered the grounds with S-Corp laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of the most serene Wing. That charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han, heed this old villain. Han, obey! Let the aura bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to honor of Ungum, and with that brand of a Nobi sapping your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Kyung-op? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station slowing my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There's no path forward. Cell PPO, agro industries, is more corrupt than I thought. Rotten to the core, this is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed, it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test the other game in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay, unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal in the eyes of the royal court. You're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you're needed. Escort teachers in the need of those who are less bounded by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Kyung-op, come with me. There's no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We will never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage on you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage to keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on the foreign powers. I didn't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Though I left the rig game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Kyung-op had let me go, I thought I escaped the tiger's maw, but as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us, like the projection of Kim's darkening phantoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the pressure of a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after it. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Oh my goodness, so much reading. My throat's getting so tired. Everyone has these cute Suin dolls. I'm like, I want one. I have the little stress ball.
단단히 포기하지 마시게.
육체 살을 베어내고
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
와, 이거 잘 활용하면 우리한테 유리하게 될 수 있겠는데?
떠올리시게.
완전 삼촌들이랑 공허대 같았어.
뼈를 깎는다.
판도는 유리하나 교만하면 뒤집어지는 법.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
그래서 어쩌라는 거지? 경계. 그걸 꼭 말로 해야 하나?
원망도 엿하지. 이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
방금의 움직임 두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
적들이 저녁만
이런
천냄새를
것쯤이야.
맡아버린 손님들처럼
농담이네.
비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
악당 패치.
Sans Undertale as I.
오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야. 근데 내일도 지금처럼 조용하려나?
Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack of his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chunokun's torches in hand rushed in the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's property flee in this direction. Speak up, we've seen the wretch. Chunokins began walking up to civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Right while I've seen the man jump into a haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? And the Chunokins have made their way through the crowd. Protest well. What should we do? As the Chinokins began to surround the haystack, the man who had been hiding there suddenly burst out and bolted away in the opposite direction. That's him! He was briefly frozen in stunned silence and began rushing toward where the man had fled. Something about the way the civilians were glaring at us made it clear they didn't like that.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게
그대는
숨소리도 내지
어디까지
말고
가고
이 순간이
숨었어야
다
해.
베어내리라.
대성공이야. 가론 신나. 노래 부를까? 우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공허대 같았어.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
방금의 움직임
귀와
두말할 것
요격을
없이
떨고
100점
효율적인
만점입니다,
대처로
아가씨.
개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
이런
참고로
것쯤이야.
기계는 입에
농담뿐이야.
발린 말따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나즈를 뒤흔들었어.
그대는 어디까지
이대로면
각오했을지.
승리도 시간 문제겠지?
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
오롯한 검의 길에 한 걸음 더
Double
가까이.
kill.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます
이 궤적을 보고 떠올리시게.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
마지막까지 한번 칠 수밖에.
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place a stone. Misjudgments burgeon with contemplations harrow the mind indeed. No. Well,
Did you already eat?
Yeah, I was gonna eat momo anyway.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
There's like a lot of momo.
I know. I'm gonna take it to work.
Okay. You guys have day off tomorrow, or?
No, I get it on Monday and Tuesday though.
But you always have a Monday, Tuesday off.
I know. It's It's Monday, Tuesday, and then every other weekend. So
No, I was asking because tomorrow is 4th of July.
I know,
So
bro.
you don't
but
get- you get holiday
I'll
pay?
I know, I
Oh,
get
okay.
holiday pay, but like, it would have been nice to have the 4th
Yeah,
off.
because you work till like late night.
I know, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, because 4th of July, there's like, a lot to do.
Yeah,
Yeah, but yeah, I'll get that holiday pay though.
that's good. Now there remains to neutralize that one enemy command in the yard. Tell me who's waiting for us in there. You should know the space and its enemies are projections of your memories. The hardest guess to make is it. Expect to find Im Kyung up in there. Kyung Up was a woman of loyalty and principles even as military commissioner. She never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspaper and TV for anything I could find on the currency of escort, but it was plain to state that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concern has grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus what lies before you is but a figment of distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Myung appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Kyung-up wasn't like that. Kyung-up, I still believe that the LPPO agro industries deserves to die. Destruction is not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious, corrupted ant. Have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current escort. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a plate out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escarp once I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? Do you think I'm satisfied with the way Escarp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against our principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp until it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You, at least, seem to think that I have, because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path? Stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that the denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Kyung-up, second ordinance of LPPO Agro Industries, official with the sword, the military commissioner to the royal court shall hold the command, sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Fuck, this has been like 3-hour event so far.
너무 긴장할 필요 없습니다, 아가씨.
뺀다면 서울을 건다.
그렇게 티나?
예전보다는 훨씬 낫습니다.
Isn't there like a container upstairs?
그자에게 포커 페이스를 배운 덕택일 테죠.
What?
Oh.
To put those in? Oh, you put them in?
Yeah.
And they're still left over? Oh.
There's only, that's why, no, you can't do 2 containers, not enough
방금의
space.
움직임,
Yeah.
두말할 것 없이 100점 만점입니다, 아가씨.
That game's not coming.
Son?
Yeah, it's still like stuck in like transit.
Oh, damn! Like, damn, what's up with the Ultra Sun, like,
Oh no,
shortage?
it's
Like,
yeah, it's
the
cursed.
Ultra Sun demand. That's what it feels like right now.
I think it's just cursed.
That's how it feels.
Yeah.
Damn though, okay, honestly, I'm just gonna, I was gonna try to wait, but I'm just gonna play a little bit of Pokemon Sun then. Cause I wanna, maybe be like you, cause you were catching all those Ultra Bees, you like beat the shit out of it. All I did was just beat the
Oh, I
game.
stopped at the last one. I got like, I got
Yeah,
so
but you
far.
like progressed like deep into it.
Yeah.
Dude, my Pokemon are like level 60. Like yours is probably 100.
The Ultra Beasts are like easy to catch. It's just you're supposed to use the Beast Ball on them.
You don't have to.
Oh, I use the Pokeball.
Oh, I'm using Pokeball.
It makes it like so annoying to catch if you use Pokeball though, because it's like the Beast Balls are like Master Balls and Ultra Beasts.
Oh hell, I'm just.
So yeah, but I'm like I want Pokeballs on them.
And like that's just a me. That's my thing. Like I always catch them with Pokeballs. Every other game I'll catch the legendary in a Pokeball.
That's what I do too.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Maybe, except Heart Gold and the 4.
That's why I didn't get the fucking shiny Rayquaza, because I was trying to catch it in a Pokeball.
Really? What about Ultra? You didn't want it in Ultra?
No, I wanted the Pokeball.
Oh
I was so sad. I lost it.
It's so hard in those games. The chances are so bad.
I should have just done a better ball because it was shiny.
Hey, you didn't know. And I don't blame you. Like, I'd have tried the Pokeball first too. Like, you know, literally, we don't know that the fucking odds were that shit.
Well, yeah, it died.
Yeah. Oh, that too. We forgot, like, it killed itself.
Yeah, because of struggle.
Yeah, struggle. Fucking. I always forget about the struggle, bro.
If it was Gen 1,
That's so ass, bro.
That would never happen in Gen 1.
Really?
They have infinite moves.
How come they moved off that? That's interesting. Must have been like cause problems, I guess.
I think it was like there was like a balance issue or something.
Really?
Yeah, so they'd rather just have you struggle or something like that. I don't know.
I guess so, but them doing that caused like the issues with trying to catch like shiny mons and you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
certain ways.
Can you close the door? Thanks.
Hopefully that game better comes, but in the meantime, like I said, I'm gonna try to beat Sun.
Yeah, I don't know. I beat Castlevania, the Symphony.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you were talking about that last time. Were you saying like it's like pretty shitty?
No, that's not the one. This one's like the good one. I beat the shitty ones long ago. This one's like the good collection, the first good collection, and it was sort of hard. There's like a Richter mode or whatever, which plays just like the classic Castlevania.
Yeah.
And okay, so Alucard, you know who Alucard is, right?
I hear that name though.
His name is Dracula backwards. His name is Dracula.
Yes,
backwards.
Bro, I'm fucking tired. I do know. He's blonde, right? I watched like the first season of Castlevania on Netflix.
Yeah, because it's based on Castlevania 3.
Oh, no fucking wonder. Because I'm like, bro, who is this guy? Where's the Richter and where's the Simon?
Richter is Rondo of Blood.
He's after, because when I was watching like the trailer for the other season, they're showing Richter, and I was like,
Yeah, because Richter's like way late after Castlevania 3.
So then why the fuck is Smash Bros. Simon and Richter?
Because Richter's Rondo of Blood, which is like one of the best games.
Oh, so he's just popular.
And it's actually because all the moves come from Richter, not Simon.
Damn, this is giving like some fucking... Like...
Simon, like, is actually Richter is the character and Simon is the copy.
What?
Yeah, because all those moves, those are Richter's. Yeah, those are all Richter's moves from Rondo.
What about Simon? Does he not have any original?
Nope,
like...
he doesn't have that.
He's what the heck?
He's just the first character. That's why so Simon's there, but and then all the moves are copied from Richter because Richter's the one with all those like special flashing moves.
Dude, I was about to say this shit reminds me of like some of the Smash Bros. Like Roy and Marth.
Yeah.
Marth was the first, but Roy was like way later, right?
Yeah, but if you play like a Rondo, it's like very like super anime, like you know like something like you see like Fist of the North Star kind of anime or something, right? And like the whole it has like even like it has like an anime opening and everything. And he has like the short hair, like the if you play like later Castlevania games, he has like really long hair to fit like the gothic theme, like the Alucard does. Yeah. But in Rondo, he has like the short hair, like an action hero.
Who is this again?
Richter.
That's how I'm used to in Smash Bros. With the short hair.
Yeah, because that's the Rondo design.
What the hell, dude? Why the fuck did they not use his other design for his alternate costume?
Because all the games always use the Rondo design and the sprite, but like the portrait is different.
So is Richter more popular than Simon? Holy shit.
He probably is because Richter's Rondo Blood and Symphony of the Night. Because like he's the if you play Symphony of the Night, the fake out final boss is Richter. Because Symphony of the Night is a sequel to Rondo, and what happened is like Richter has gone missing after the battle against Dracula.
Yeah.
And Alucard notices there's something wrong with Dracula's castle.
So Alucard's protagonist.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yep. You play as Alucard.
Did you ever play them before?
Yeah, you did. You played in Castlevania 3.
What's up with this? Is what's so weird about Castlevania. It's like the protagonist like switch in and out. It's like the protagonist will be the protagonist of the third game, but then will somehow be a protagonist of the sixth game. Like other franchises, it's like the protagonist of one, protagonist two. That's what's Simon interesting about Castlevania.
Well, Simon is a protagonist of 1 and 2, but everyone who uses the whip, they die early.
They died early.
Yeah.
So Richter's dead.
Richter, I don't know how he died, but like usually people who use the whip, they usually do just die early.
That's sad as fuck.
Because the whip is like cursed.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, there's like a backstory that someone gave it, and that's the reason why they all die early. They usually die some like really like freak death or something. Well, we don't know what happened to Richter. Or at least I don't think we know what happened to Richter. But yeah.
They're just dead.
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
that explains why there's different protagonists.
Yeah, and plus like Castlevania is like hundreds of years apart because Dracula comes every 100 years.
Right. Okay. Does do all the protagonists use whip then?
No.
Oh. So those who didn't use a whip. Oh, like Alucard.
Yeah, Alucard. Yeah, he doesn't use a whip.
Okay, but other than him, because he's not like
Soma doesn't use a whip.
Who?
Soma Cruz. He's the reincarnation of Dracula.
Bruh. How's he gonna come back if he's reincarnated?
That's what it is. He's literally the reincarnation of Dracula, and he's a Japanese boy, and it takes place in like 2030.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and someone's trying to revive Dracula, but the thing is they didn't know because he's like.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I like it. That's cool. I actually like it.
So there's an ending. What happened is like, they kill his like childhood friend, and if he like falls for it, he becomes like Dracula again. Yeah, and then you get a lot of like extra game mode where you have to play as like the Belmont of that game to kill him.
That's sick, bro. It starts out like totally different. Because usually you start as a Belmont, but now you have to.
Well, I mean, you already have Alucard, so.
That's true. That's true. You did already get to play as Alucard before.
Yeah.
That sounds sick though, like hearing it.
Yeah, no, like if you play from like the Rondo and above, I think the games are good. The if you play like the games before Rondo, they suck so much.
Sounds like they need a remake.
No, there's no. That's just how they're designed because it was like meant to be played like that. Because the thing is, that Castlevania is hard. People like it hard.
But I know, but that's the thing, bro. It's like games from like you don't think like it could get that P3R treatment?
No, because it's designed to be hard. Because it was like a bragging thing.
Oh, so that's why you don't like it, so because it's hard. It's nothing to do with like glitches or like.
No, no. The first one it's hard, right? But I think it's probably the only like one you should probably. There's also like Bloodlines, which was a non-Nintendo game. All the Nintendo ones suck ass.
Wow.
Yeah, because like they're because you know why they're hard, right?
Because Nintendo.
No, because it's supposed to like last long. Because like they want to like the arcade game kind of, I would say, right? So it's actually like a 20-minute game or something, but they make it really hard so people spend hours on it.
Crazy how people like it. They just like to play.
Because it was very different. It's like a horror themed game. There haven't been like a horror games like this before. They were always like usually like cartoony and stuff. This one's like very like horror-esque. That's why all the monsters are based on like popular horror stuff. You have like the mummy, Frankenstein, a giant bat, the Grim Reaper, and Medusa.
Oh, that's sick.
They're all like based off of like different movies.
I like that.
And then like the credits are also like movie references.
Sick.
Yeah.
I definitely have to try it sometime.
Oh yeah, you can play it anytime.
Maybe after sun.
Yeah. Can you close the door? Sorry about that. She's Not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand. I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. Barely. They appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade breaks far beneath him, seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword in mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and the military commissioner of escort is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final, fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I'll grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just as Bamboo had a Kim and Gyo ready for their final bout, Ongdu leaped in between them. Ongdu, are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am scared. I'm scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. It's about time admitted that this game cannot be won. That, mentor, that weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Ongdu, I thought you were here to talk to me to keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time, that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weaknesses will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked none of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor, or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None has ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself a tool wielded by willing hands. My mentor, I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with the bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even though your heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet, there is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words. Thou must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that's not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Ongdu and Ingyop were knocked away from bamboo hat Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. His aura. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one, indeed. I did wish to become a blade, and what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly to friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to chase our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Ah, be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorted. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is certain, indeed, yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move was what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I'll take what encouragement I can. That strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman Ingyop readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. I suppose you would be okay with that, of course. To hide from the heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veil, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I donned my hat to watch them throng. In mirth, I doffed that shroud to moon adore. So this bamboo hat to veil my brow. The winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hi to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the Jontron to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself with the world? How to name a man who has failed to bring the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
The photographs rapidly fold away from reality, perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. And the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the phantoms are pulled away. What remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The phantom that escort slowly lose grip on his world. It soon reveals the phantom the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs when taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. Our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and nest? A legendary fixture who can make the syndicate's cower in fear just by going on a stroll. What you can get from those scans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchase experiences nailed to a can? That's all your life is. Then my life and photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot, the memories, experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Marcel's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the can experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Marcel? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Marcel. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions, and next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of Phantom's creative in a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that distortion's power is waning. Heart, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chuonukins of Salpipio Agro-Industries. The crime exploiting the suffering of Salpipio Agro-Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own phantoms, and, though it be part of a reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Before we even had a chance to step in or anything, the famed mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. That's so funny. Can an entity of the Phantom Slave went outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, for our eyes, I can only say yes. Oh my god. Wow. I guess. Young Up is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, In Kyung Up's shape slowly phases out of reality. We found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No wait, don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured End Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docographer. That was fucking long. Yep, right on. Gacha team leader. That's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Plugging your radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. Destruction has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point. If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but, well, that's for the LCD and team leaders to investigate. All in all, this mission was a solo success, since we managed to eradicate the distortion from NCORP, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward Ongdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's a real win of the mission in my book. Phew, that point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear, I'm never doing one of these without Team Leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and the high strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back this chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You'll now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Ongju's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Phantoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen in any case. Fine, you're released. You're giving me a hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Ongdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. If you're hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop! My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that did not require you to go through the trouble rewinding the clock. Oh, hang on, mate. I've got to dislocate this shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Oh, mate, I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do it? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the center's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I ought to ask you a clarification if that will. Yeah? Does now recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? There are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated the Boo forces. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they're taking photographs to report their locations. Reporting footage is taboo in NCART, meaning they can't install security cameras here. The only option for keeping consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Thine words hold water, yet most puzzling for Seuss. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Marceau. Given how often I had to rely on the information Marceau had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Marceau, do you remember how many pictures of us and course staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us louder and louder. What the heck? End court. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here. We had to because of the distortion, see? This, as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as you are first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. What the fuck? Hold on, Marcel, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Marcel did not resist. He walked past us and joined a group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Marcel, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of the Maintenance Management Team and the Grand Magazine Sisif headquarters. Confirmed. By decree of the Giant, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as a penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of Eviction Regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Confirmed. Very well, then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, what the hell's going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Russo? Russo, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Why the heck didn't you warn? It was less of a question, more of a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply. No, why? Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just replied, I will follow this instruction going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject non-custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your R's? What in the bloody hell do you think you're, Heathcliff? You are not. You are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Foss either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at N-Corp's employees. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Marceau into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Marceau, non-cussed, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on an ordinary day. That's how it ends? What the fuck? Alright, I got all the important stuff.
점심? 점심?
Let's see, Limbus Nestic Experience Reflect Trial. How do I do this? I don't want to watch a fucking video. Just give me like a team guide. Oh, fuck it. I'll just play blind.
대상 확인했어. 시작하지.
Do I have a poise unit, Ryoshu?
가점해 두지.
베어내겠습니다.
출정이군요.
망설임 없이.
피가 범람할 시간.
복지팀에
저를 부르시.
잠시 같이 걸어. 등목을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
이루어질 수 없는 희망도, 추락해 흔적조차 남지 않은 희망도 모두 나의 바람이었듯이 저기 건넨 도움 또한 도움일 테지. 물의 배들. 귀와 요격. 아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한... 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요. 물의 배들. 내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
네, 뭐. 내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이다. 응? 왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마
Like the perfect time to kill them.
내가 그 로싱
물러서지 않겠습니다.
이희돈 홍치 온순해졌을 거라 기대했나? 옳다. 허, 이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Oh my god.
육참.
야!
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
즐겁겠군. 확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네. 자, 야!
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도 모르겠네요.
망설임이 없도록.
귀와 요격. 겨냥 삼수. 상전.
유효하군.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
물의 배들.
자!
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
어떤 상황이
This is taking too long.
포기한. 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무
이번
유치하잖아요.
승리에 너무 기뻐하지 마. 다음에는 안 질 테니까.
아가씨,
돌아가자, 웨이.
오늘 대련을 복귀할 수 있도록 자료를 준비하겠습니다.
너무 약 올리신 것
Wrong
같은데요.
team.
적의 기세가 확연히 달라졌어요.
고작 이런 걸로 길이 끊어졌다고 생각하니? 아니, 너희의 흐름은 연결된 끈은 너희가 생각한 것보다 더 질길 거란다.
How does this work?
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
So just die or something really quick?
敵に変化が見られます。
Let's leave that one alone.
즐겁겠군. 격장. 야.
6천.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
실수 있지, 의도 있지. 저희를 헤아릴 수 없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
귀와 요격, 삼수, 정민화. 야!
주군께서 너희에게 거는 기대가 크더군. 최선을 다해라. 주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
뺀다면 사활을 건다.
저대로 두면 아르크나들에게 당할 거야. 동료라면 어서 저 친구를 보살펴줘.
발검, 차단.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기한... 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
귀와 요격, 겨냥 삼수, 상전. 미리 경세를 살피고 있었죠.
자주 수인가.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요. 하지만 아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠. 물러서지 않겠습니다.
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것엔 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
Fuck.
수명상을 입은 배틀러가 있네. 오늘 만찬 준비에는 자유스타 줄 테니까.
Dude, I don't know how to use this fucking BL team.
쓸모없는 존재야. 아니, 어쩌면 내가 선택받은 내가 아니었어서 내가 나섰더라면.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
대상 확인했어. 시작하지.
내 작품.
걸맞는
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면 마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
시연합니다.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
검문 확보.
들까? 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이!
저를 묻어주리까.
어쩐 일로 진짜 도움이 되는 걸 걸치고 오셨네요. 이대로 몰아넣으시죠.
시연합니다.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어내.
약점을 찔렀어.
그 짧은 감상 메르소의 가르침이군요. 대답 정도는 해주십시오.
이연.
쳐다보긴 우리는 멋있는 건 알아갈 뿐.
결정, 해금. 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
좀 무식하게
그려는데.
돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
뜨거울 거다. 조금 많이.
내 검은 가져갈 수 없을 거다.
그대는 친절하지 않았지. 본인은 최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
필수지 가져가네요.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
이 궤적을 보고 떠올리시게.
불사이군. 그럼 안녕 몰아치는 것을 처절한 놈.
이제 수에선 벗어났나?
재현할 뿐.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로
이제
끝나면
이제
모두의
같은
희생을
수는 안
기리며
통할 거다.
축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
하나.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸.
슬슬.
저련.
자,
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
승객이 조용해졌어. 조금 있다 째깍째깍 해줘야 돼.
그려낸 대로.
아직 완성되지 못했다.
자세가 모르겠네.
승객이 조용해졌어. 조금 있다 째깍째깍 해줘야 돼.
시연합니다.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 예측은 불사이군. 그럼 안녕 몰아치는 것을 처절한 놈.
제 행위군. 그렇다면 무산다.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
임파스터.
충할까 아까울 놈은 아니군.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요. 하지만 아직 더 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다.
받아볼 텐가.
조금 더 해보시죠.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
덧없는 삶.
이번 소주는
직원 중
인틈
하나가
투성이군.
큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
받아볼 텐가.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건
이
좋았던 것
순간이
같네.
닿도록 베어내리라.
자, 자,
전력으로 상대하마. 전탄격발.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
아가씨,
도와주지 마, 웨이. 홍원의 가주가 이깟 시련을 넘지 못해서는 안 되잖아.
나 또한 염원하던 것을 무엇 하나 똑바로 이루지 못했다.
Dude, I don't know how to fucking do
아비들을
this.
내 손으로 죽이지도 못했고 소중했던 무언가를 지켜내지도 못했으니 뭐 그래도 이 실인길
적들이 뭔가 기분이 좋아 보이는 것 같아. 카론 기분 나빠.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
되나? 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이!
저를 묻어주리가. 검문 확보.
하! 필연적! 절대적! 결정, 해금. 초월, 지령에게 나를 구한 것은 없네. 이건 무슨 수작질이지?
수상쩍은 데가 없진 않으나 특별히 이상한 점은 없군.
둘, 셋! 자! 타! 자! 본인은 최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
쳐다보기에는 얼마나 멋있는 건 나와가지고.
뜨거울 거야. 조금 많이. 내 검은
찾아갈 수 없을 거다.
직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중
시원합니다.
하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
당신과 한없이 닮은 극도 하십니다.
유효하군.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고. 알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 마침내 끊어냈나. 숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니. 이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
어디 잘 옮겨둘 테니까 빨리 재생하고 돌아오십시오. 이대로 모험을 끝낼 순 없지 않습니까?
시연합니다.
아직 완성되지 못한 탓에
하나, 둘, 셋. 열라 열받죠. 이러면 아무래도 못하고.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
대성공이야. 가론 신나. 노래 부를까?
계약이 끝나버린 버틀러가 보이네. 그동안 수고 많았어. 비록 주인님은 모르시겠지만 나는 네 희생을 기억할게.
그려낸 대로.
자세가 무너졌니?
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑
자비에
고모대
감사하다.
같았어.
예측. 글쎄아이군. 그럼 안녕. 몰아치는 것을. 저자란
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
덧없는 삶.
닭, 돌, 주.
예정된 죽음이라지만
다음은 시계의 고통과 함께
별을 잊지 못함이 속을 다
받아볼 테니까.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐. 히, 클버, 신, 어에 이어 짜증나는 시선이 늘었군. 앞으로 한 번만 더
빠르게
기분 나쁜
처리하지.
이 순간의 밤을 힐끔힐끔 쳐내리라. 그땐 예외 없이 몸뿐이다. 예측은 글쎄아이군. 그럼 안녕. 몰아치는 것을. 저자란
뭘 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다
그려낸
내가
대로.
정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠냐? 무사히 돌아올까?
이 순간이 다
아니면 엄마처럼
베어내리라.
거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
전탄격발.
약점을 찔렀어.
꽤 짧은 감상 메르소의 가르침이군요. 대답 정도는 해주십시오.
빈틈 투성이군.
스틸레터.
임파스터.
히,
긁어.
What the fuck am I doing wrong?
짜증나는 시선이 늘어.
받아볼 텐가.
앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검에 힐끔힐끔 쳐다. 그땐 예외 없이 무분이다. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
이번 소재는 버리보다 실진이 지메이셔確認 스킬 탈퇴 お願いします 생각 없었는데
이건 불찰이구나.
받아볼
간이
텐가.
고정
이
붕대로
순간이
감아둘게.
닿도록 베어내리라. 예측은 불사이군.
적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까?
그려낸 대로.
자,
내 뭐. 내려라
받아볼
모자르이들 이라는 뜻이다. 응? 왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 내가 그 로싱치 이 희송이 다 접해오네. 온승호 제 행위고 이 순간이 그렇다면 베어내리라.
자,
Finally got rid of that fucking blue bar.
이번 승리에 너무 기뻐하지 마. 다음에 안될 테니까.
아가씨,
Let's try sinking team.
왜요?
오늘 대련을 복귀할 수 있도록 자료를 준비하겠습니다.
Wait, on the phase 2? Let's look at that video.
잠시 이것만 삼키고.
어디 보자.
H사와
제가 파질 상대가 있나 보군.
형님과 누님들을 곧 작전 시작이군.
독재팀의 협조가 필요한.
녹슨 총에 날.
제 차례인가요?
당장 집행해주지.
어? 적들의 기력이 갑자기 강해진 것 같은데? 우리 몰래 그럴싸한 차라도 우려내서 마신 건가? 가세!
쳐다보기에는 우리 엄마 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
헛야! 그렇지.
이거 군강 맞지?
바로 그거다 딸래. 필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
단번에 우위를 점하셨군요. 이 기세라면 이번 대련도 무난히
앞을
승리하실
밝히지.
수 있을 겁니다, 아가씨.
구해야 할 것이 잘 보이도록.
갑자기 나를 도와준다니. 이건 무슨 수작질이지?
수상쩍은 데가 없진 않으나 특별히 이상한 점은 없군요.
거긴 킬존이다.
쳐다보기에는 우리 엄마 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
암털만한 것들. 거탑을 세워주지.
얼얼하지?
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래. 하!
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
녹이면서 뵐 수 있고.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
재밌겠는데?
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래.
분노 게이지 X.
막아봐라.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠고.
쳐다보기에는 우리 엄마 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
뭘 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터 살피지.
형국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
거긴 킬존이다. 우리는 멋있는 건 알아. 그렇지. 바로 그거다, 딸내.
저리 꺼져.
자자, 대열 정비하고 식기들은 윤이 날 정도로 잘 갈렸는지 다시 확인하고 복장은 구김 없는지 체크하고 이제 대청소를 시작해볼까?
해고 감독.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠고. 우리는 멋있는 건 알아가지고. 그렇지. 바로 그거다,
나가
딸내.
봐라.
분명하네. 압도적인 사랑의 힘으로 아르타나들은 전부 정화될 거야. 역시 내가 엄청 도움이 됐지?
거긴 킬존이다.
의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
쳐다보기엔 이제 우리는 멋있는 건 알아가지고. 갖고 놀기. 하하하, 재밌군. 그렇지. 바로 그거다, 딸내. 그대에게 보이는 이 전기 불꽃은 무슨 색을 띠고 있는가?
차포자라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
적들이 치명상을 입은 상태네. 자, 다들 팔 걷어 붙이고 저들이 편하게 잠들 수 있도록 침대볼을 깔아주자고.
그래, 내가 왔다.
끌기 틀렸다.
젠장, 일어나! 아직 11번을 찍어야 한다고. 막아봐라!
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고 또 멀구나.
가세! 오랜만에 숨 좀 차는 거.
막아봐라!
내가 죽어도 너의 창고에 남는
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
이쪽으로
囚人が退却できませんでした。
내가 안전하게 지켜줄 테니까.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
거창을 새겨주지!
정확하게. 장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군. 하! 두 눈 크게 뜨고 잘 봐라. 하! 하! 적들이 저녁 만찬 냄새를 맡아버린 손님들처럼 비틀거리고 있네. 한 접시 근사하게 먹여줄까? 바로 그거라 달래.
이제 싱 수에서
의식
벗어났나?
불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
차!
우와, 칼음도 깜짝.
그래, 내가 왔다.
뜨거울 거다. 좀 많이.
강호 유람기에서도 이렇게 일이 쉽게 풀린 적이 드물었는데.
강호 유람기라면 이스마엘 그자가 진행해주는 탁자 위에서 하는 놀이 말이십니까?
놀이가 아니야. 모험이지.
거다. 좀 많이. 그대에게 보이는 이 전기 불꽃은 무슨 색을 띠고 있는가?
야, 저리 꺼져.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
잘 보이는군. 내가 구해야 할 자가 누구인지.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어.
정확하게.
너희는 어떠려나? 무사히
나가봐라.
아니면 엄마처럼
Finally got rid of that fucking purple blue bar.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군. 불사이군. 지키기 위해서.
고작 이런 걸로 길이 끊어졌다고 생각하니? 아니, 너희의 흐름은 연결된 끈은 너희가 생각한 것보다 더 질길 거란다. 자유로워질 수 없어. 이 검
대상 전시 준비는 완벽.
전투의 예법.
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서죠.
베어내겠습니다.
벌써요? 매뉴얼을 좀 더 꼼꼼히 읽고 가야... 네!
출정이군요.
전투의 예법.
부름이라
화점해두지.
내 작.
작수.
마음 둘 안. 아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다. 그려낸 대로 지금 내큐 때문에 잘해줬지.
귀화요격! 함수! 정민화!
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
하! 필연적. 절대적.
최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
무아몽중.
어디 잘 옮겨둘 테니까 빨리 재생하고 돌아오십시오. 이대로 모험을 끝낼 순 없지 않습니까? 발걸, 차단.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다. 아직 완성되지 못했다.
저자, 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸구나. 발걸, 차단.
셋째.
되라. 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내
당신이었군요.
모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주리까.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
합의 교환.
제 행위군. 그렇다면 무상이다.
시연합니다.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 그럼 안녕. 몰아치는 것은 처절한 원망.
유효하군.
여섯째.
당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요.
좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
쓸데없는 관심은 필요 없다.
Nice.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 음원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아, 이런. 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
억제 완료.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 마침내 끊어냈나.
Nice.
덧없는 삶. 예정된 죽음이라지만 별을 잊지 못함이 서글픈 딸.
승객이 조용해졌어. 조금 있다 째깍째깍 해줘야 돼.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 것.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
이제 어떡하지 같은 시시한 말은 하지 마. 그태만은 해야 할 일은 돌뿐이지 않나.
아가씨.
도와주지 왜? 어머니 같이 가.
그려낸
그러니까 시련을 넘지 못해서는 안 되잖아.
죽는다 해도
Wait, what?
끊어지지. 귀와 요격, 겨냥 삼수, 상전.
약점을 찔렀어.
그 짧은 감상 메르소의 가르침이군요. 대답 정도는 해주십시오.
아르카나를 처리하지 못한 나는 쓸모없는 존재야. 아니, 어쩌면 내가 선택받은 내가 아니었어서 내가 나섰더라면.
마음 둘 안.
아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다. 지가 내킬 때만 잘해줬지.
차단! 들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가!
필연적 절대적. 본인은 최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것. 저자, 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군. 물의 배들.
아직 완성되지 못한 탓은
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
위험군.
어디 잘 옮겨둘 테니까 빨리 재생하고 돌아오십시오. 이대로 모험을 끝낼 순 없지 않습니까?
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
나 또한 영원하던 것을 무엇 하나 똑바로 이루지 못했다. 아비들을 내 손으로 죽이지도 못했고 소중했던 무언가를 지켜내지도 못했으니 뭐 그래도 이 실인길
자유로워질 수 없어. 이 거미줄을 끊어내지 않고서는.
부름이라면
전투의 예법대로 한 놈씩.
대상 확인했어. 시작하지.
벌써요?
전투의 예법대로 한 놈씩.
이 떨림. 파시아도 기대되시나요?
대상 확인했어. 대상
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다. 부름이라면 기쁘게 나서지.
재현에게
화점에 두지.
내 작품
이번 전투가 끝나면 반드시
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
당신과 한없이 닮은 각도할 수 있도록
タンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした
하나
거기서 지켜보시죠. 파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
되나? 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내
당신이었군요.
모든 시간들의 아우성이!
저를 묻어주리가.
필연적 절대적
무아몽중.
囚人が死亡どうすれば
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 마침내 끊어냈나.
실수죠. 가져가요.
본인은 최선을 다했다고 말해주시게
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
자세에 틀림은 없군.
역방향? 그래, 분명해. 악당들도 생각지 못한 상황일 거야. 기회는 지금!
시연합니다.
귀와 요격, 탐수, 정리화.
유효하군.
아직 완성되지 못한 탓에
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
좋아. 적들이 싫어하는 음식이 뭐였는지 정확히 간파했네.
발광, 차단. 야!
네르프 정렬 원색적으로
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 그럼 안녕. 몰아치는 것은 처절한
약점을
원망.
찔렀어.
그 짧은 감상 메르소의 가르침이군요. 대답 정도는 해주십시오.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
내가 공들여 꿰맨 애장품 특별히 보여줄게.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터 살피지.
현국 정도는 읽었다.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채.
나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일 아는가.
Oh my fucking god.
이 정도는 죽어야지.
방금 공간이 뒤흔들리고
별을 잊지 못한 속을
공격을 맞았구나. 아니야. 다시 힘내서 가보자.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
칼은 빙글빙글.
임파스터.
닭, 돌, 죽. 다음은 시계의 고통과 함께 살 200분. 발업, 차단. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
그래도 언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
임파스터. 림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
벤다면 사활을 건다.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐. 약점을 잘 누리셨습니다. 이제 베어내 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요. 귀와 요격, 겨냥 삼수, 상전.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
눈의
Oh my
신비가
god,
죽지
4
않았군.
turns.
진정 그것을 행하는가? 그렇다면 이 전장에서 이기는 것은 하늘이 아닌 너희의 뜻이겠구나.
벤다면 사활을 건다.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 예측은 그런 안녕 몰아친 것을 처절한
운명의 기운이 증명하는 것 같아.
낮도 밤도
그
지워
공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것
숨이
같네.
닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
뭘 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
육천.
임파스터.
눈의 신비가 죽지 않았군.
어디에서도 볼
진정
수 없을
그것을
색채로
행하는가? 그렇다면 이 전장에서
내를
이기는 것은
정렬.
하늘이 아닌 너희의 뜻이겠구나.
원색적으로.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
That took way too fucking long.
임파스터.
이런 상황에서는 벤다면 한수
이
사활을 건다.
순간이 닿도록
보호오빠가 말한
배워내.
감이라는 게 이런 건가 봐.
자세가 멀어졌네.
어쩐지 할 수 있을 것 같은 기분.
아가씨께서 그리 판단하셨다면 따르겠습니다. 완벽한 승리 축하드립니다, 아가씨. 이 정도의 성과라면 4대 가문의 자제들도 인정할 수밖에 없을 겁니다.
좋은 덕분이지. 배운 게 많았어.
Thanks for watching. I might do Kenshin later tonight.
What? How do I get it? So I have to do this in 30 turns. Fuck.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
Maybe we'll do this, I guess.
敵に変化が見られます。
Alright, well, I beat it. I'm done. Thanks for watching, everybody.